Oh, I forgot to change the scene for where my Wacom is. That's what I get for staying at work an extra hour. Alright, what am I... Let's see here. The hell? I gotta find like just a basic font that I need to start with. Is this... Yeah, I guess I'll probably have to go with this. Close enough. Or else I can just not spell. There's that. Really? That's fine if you stop by. I'll listen to music while I wait for Digaloop. So, I'm just gonna work on a logo. 'Cause, yeah, Blaze doesn't have one, and I figured it would be a um, good thing to do in one night that I can kind of finish. I started late because I ended up staying an hour later at work, which sucked. Um, but yeah. Oh, where's my... Friendo! What's up? I'm working on logos today. Since we have a friend that doesn't have any, it was a quick thing for me to be able to do in a night. Where's my tablet controller? 'Cause, yeah. I'm gonna overload my computer with so many other streamers' tabs while I'm doing art. Really? Nice. Where's V? W. Oh, it's this one. My roommate is on duty to make sure that the chicken that I just made before I got home doesn't burn. So I have to do some of the cooking tonight and some of it tomorrow since I only had one day off. Kind of sucks, but it is what it is. But yeah, what delicious foods did you did you end up making? I still have to do potatoes and some lamb, and then just like biscuits and stuff, which a lot of that I can do when I wake up tomorrow. So I'm not really too poor to do anything this year, and I don't have the time. So like tonight, I'll probably just eat pot stickers and drink. So it's gonna be a thing. Alright, well, I can move all of these around, all that I want. Where's my... I haven't used my controller in a while, so I forget what... Alright, shift is this one. Where's my rasters? There we go. So I can start doodling all the things. What did you miss? Like the freaking baking powder or something? God, I feel like I never left work. Oatmeal cranberry. Oh, that would probably be me. I would totally eat all the cranberries. You can't stop me. He wasn't. What if you slept ate the cranberries? Oh, I need. At least I'll go through and make sure everything's filled in later. I just need to figure out what I'm doing with this design. That is that a big fish tank that you have then? I had a friend that had a pretty big fish tank that you could like lay in it. It was not fun to clean. Oh yeah, that definitely. Uh, yep. Yeah, I think because I'm trying to recall like before we put water and fish and everything. I think he had like a 50-gallon tank, but he was quite tall. I mean, obviously taller than myself, but like he could just like he could sit in it like you could sit in a bathtub with your legs up a little bit. So it was definitely a thing. Yeah, what the wrong button. Uh, so much the wrong button. Eight-foot long fish before it can let me do anything. Oh, what kind of fish do you remember? The only time I see like any big fish and stuff now is um like at work and stuff. Brain, do the thing. Gosh darn it. Oh my. Yeah, I can imagine. Let's see. I can tell you a wild story about fish though at work. So we had a fish tank, and it had a grouper and I guess like a lionfish and a female puffer, and then it had like some other like a bulletfish and some other ones in it. Well, so the puffer was new because one of their other I can't remember, like one of their really old fish ended up passing away, and so they got a female puffer. And the puffer and the lionfish didn't really get along at first, but the grouper didn't get along with anything. The thing was is that it didn't mess with the lionfish, and it couldn't catch the bulletfish, and it would constantly like it and the puffer like they would bully each other for like whose tank it was. Like I don't know what they were thinking. Um, so one day I come in and I'm looking in the fish tank and I'm like, where's the puffer fish? The lionfish is just hanging out and doing whatever. And the bullet fish is like zipping around like having fucking panic attacks. Like, and I'm like, I can't see the puffer. It's not hiding underneath any of the corals or like, it was a very minimalistic tank. So like the nooks and crannies that you could very much see, it was not hiding in. But the grouper was mysteriously at the bottom of the fish tank. I thought it was so it was actually so the grouper was so old. There had been several times that we thought it was dead because it would like fall asleep and then it would like float up to the top of the fish tank upside down and we thought it was dead. So like when we've had it where people like the fish company that they were renting the fish from when like they came to pull it out of the tank and it like flopped in their hands and like woke up or whatever and like went back to swimming. But like so this time it was upside down on the bottom of the fish tank and I was like, is it sleeping again? So I had to like I went over and like grabbed a little thing to like poke it. And no it wasn't. So I was just like, okay, well I think the grouper's dead. I think most likely it went and ate the puffer fish and things did not work out well for it. Um, but it's most definitely dead. So after about an hour or so, I look back into the tank, and the pufferfish is there. It it was small enough for the grouper to stick it into its mouth, and then bad shit must have happened to it, and the puffer got stuck in there. And eventually, it was able to wiggle its way out, but the grouper was so dead. So of course we had to get the fish out of the tank and get it all cleaned and everything because you couldn't leave the fish in there. But the puffer was happy ever since. It just hung out with the lionfish, and they just kind of like kept their respective spaces. And I'm pretty sure that the bulletfish was traumatized from then on because it was just it wasn't happily zooming around doing its thing anymore. I think it was like traumatized. So, woo, fun times. And then the company eventually, like, so the fish tank is still there, but there's nothing in it anymore. So, I think the grouper was like a boomer. He was like, them newfangled kids don't know what they're doing. They're just zipping around and stuff. Stop that. Get back here. I'm going to beat you with my cane. Oh, and it fucked with the wrong fish. But yeah, wild, wild times. Oh, it's okay. But I already have an idea in my head as to what I'm gonna do with this font. I just need to get it out of my head and onto the paper. And then I can fill everything in and whatnot. Oops. What's up, Blaze? How is your evening? Oh, that's not. I'm hoping my roommate hasn't decided to have a nice, narcoleptic nap in the middle of nowhere and like the chicken is burning now. Did this work before? I don't remember. Frost is not doing things. Oh yeah, like cut out again. What the hell, Frosty Tools? Why are you failing me? I know this happened last night too. Right. Gotta see if I can reauthorize Frosty quick. The hell? Yeah, like it was a little weird. Um, I'm not the only one that was having the problem because I noticed that the Frosty Tools it's not procking on my bot. So strange. Let us try. Dum da dum da dum. We'll just redo it. Alright, so it's... Unless somehow or another it derped and didn't mod. I have a feeling I got, like, kicked off the chat. Yeah, no problem. Where the hell is all the... Alright. That was odd. It had, like, all these things disabled. I think maybe they did an update, and I hadn't checked, so... Trying to make sure this all works before I read messages. Alright, maybe that'll work. Guess the only other thing I can check is this. Nope, I gotta go find my phone. Why are you kitties all sitting around on my by my feet? This is weird. I think they're trying to tell me that maybe the oven's beeping. Lol. Uh. But yeah, so while I'm working on this, Blaze, what are you doing for holiday stuff? Did you already do it, or are you just hanging out doing your own thing tomorrow? See it. Where? Where is my other... I have so many tabs open now. Nice. You gotta eat some pie for me, though. I don't have any pie, so... I keep asking people to eat pie for me and stuff. So I'm gonna basically I'm gonna start streaming at about 1 o'clock tomorrow. Um, don't know what all I'm gonna be streaming, but I do know at some point in time my roommate and I are going to play, or we're gonna co-op Brothers, which isn't really a co-op game, but we can share the controller because like there's a younger brother and an older brother, and they each have like a half of the controller, like one stick and set of buttons. So we're just gonna share the controller because that's how we originally played it. Because we were just like, oh, it's a co-op game for like kind of like puzzle solver stuff and platforming. And we were like, oh well, it's not a co-op game, but we can still co-op it. And it was the best but most traumatic experience ever. So we're gonna do that. Um, Other than that, I'm gonna I guess like finish some cooking, and then I don't know what else we'll play. I might see about going back to playing some Armored Core or something. Figure it out. I'm going to test this just to see if it works now. Because I have a funny feeling that like they did some sort of update to Frosties, and now it doesn't work. Maybe I have to relog it. I wonder if Sari banned Frosties. I'm gonna be like so confused the whole night now. As to like what's going on, which isn't something we really want to like have to deal with when you're doing like holiday streams and all of that. Let's see who's on the list. No, it's not on the list. Bah humbug. Oh god, I banned Frosty Tools. Shows you I know what I'm doing. I guess you always learn a little bit. That at least is giving me a little bit of time to think of what I'm gonna do. Because you're a lizard man. Nice. We're working on logos, because we can totally do that in 4 hours and be done. Probably. Where's my... Oops. Where's the... I need a bigger... Fuck it. Alright, I gotta fill all this in, and then I can see what it looks like. Because then I have to... work on other stuff in it. Yeah, I'm working on his logo. No, there's no problem. I mean, I'm just listening to music and doodling tonight and just talking to whoever. So, it is a very quiet night to kind of like get away from people's family members and just kind of like do your own thing. That's why I'm doing this. Not that I have family members to hang out with or anything, but like I would rather not think about it, and then I can just take the time to work on stuff for other friends. But yeah, I have quite a few like pieces that I still kind of like I want to do. I won't get all of them done before the end of the year. Um, but I do have a list of like artwork that I plan on gifting friends starting out. So I'm not gonna worry too much about cleaning this up either until I get to the very end. Mainly because this isn't all gonna be white and stuff anyways. I need to get the shape of the stuff down. Mainly because so I have to do the actual hard font texture, and then I have a bunch. It's gonna be like fire back behind Blaze's name. And then it's going to be a two-tone between like the red on top. Oops, and I can bonk my mic. The red on top, and then like a steel blue underneath. Um, so yeah, and then I get to debate whether or not I want to stick a lizard tail in there that we might have like chopped off. Sorry, Blaze. You gotta. You have a disposable tail, and I am going to use it. You cannot stop me. And I don't want the... Usually when I'm doing art for work and stuff, like logos and stuff for expansions and all of that, like, you don't... You can put fine details in logos, but like when it comes to the fire and stuff like that, you'd have to usually put like some fat lines. I agree. I mean, I can't really recall um, at any point in the last how many years where I either haven't done a holiday with friends. It's basically just been that, or else I just haven't done it at all. Period. So, but this is an entire this is a huge image anyways. So it's already 2K. So when it's shrunk down, it'll lose some of the really the wispier aspects to it. So I always have to keep that in mind when I'm doodling. Versus when I'm doing character art, when you're doing usually we work in 4K or 6K. It's what happened to my brush? That was weird. I do wish that I had gotten home sooner from work so I could have stuffed my face with some pot stickers or something. Lol. Oops. My tablet controller lags sometimes. Buying Miku figures. That's funny. But, everybody definitely has the things they love. I think in the span of 2 months, I've had way too many Nendroids that I had pre-ordered the previous years come in. All at once. Because they were all quarter three, quarter four. And I'm like, oh, okay. There we go. Alright. Before this drives me nuts, I need to square off the bottom of this. Alright, so at least the B is done. Oh yeah. Man, That's really a mood. Typically, I mean, I post this a lot. It's just like one of those things where it's just like I I'm usually doing art at work for a lot of stuff. Um, Not so much at home. But I used to do a lot of artwork for friends. Um, until shit ended up happening, and yeah, so I basically like haven't really been doing that much art since like 2014, like personal art. Um, so I'm trying to get that to change, just because like I know there's a lot of people such as like Blaze or Eisen and like others that I've like met in like this last year that you know they're newer streaming or whatever else, and they don't have like a lot of the stuff. Like I don't either because I haven't been working on it. But I'm more motivated to do stuff for other people than myself. So I want to get some of these projects like out of the way to help them get their logos and face sheets and all that other stuff. So well, Mia Mia, do you want me to pet? Dimidia, Sinastra, or Dextera? So I want to get like a lot of their artwork and stuff out of the way. And then I can like I guess, feel selfish and like do my own, if that makes sense. Um, Not that anybody should have to justify like working on their own art, but there's a lot of people, including myself, that they're kind of like that way. Oops, I want. I can start putting voids in the font. Yes. Well, let's see. I'll take off my Wacom global really quick, but I have Dextera right here next to me on his little throne, so I will pet him. The good thing about him having a very squishy tummy is, yeah, he is the closest one. So my cats, whenever I rub their tummies, they use their front paws to like, they wrap it around my forearm and they like hug my arm. And then they like, you know, like they do the upside down head thing? They like rub their head into my arm. It's like the cutest freaking thing. Like they very much adore it. Sometimes they don't let my arm go though. Because they're like, no, don't remove this. I want to keep it forever. So, and I'm like, but kitty, I need in my hand. Uh, Oops. God damn it. Freaking I love the tablet controller to death. But sometimes, man. Sometimes you gotta stop lagging. Make me feel dorky. Were you guys doing the Pokemon collabs? I know you had a couple of people I think that you were doing it with. Oh god, what is it? Stop changing my stylus. Yeah, fuck it. I know where I want to put that, but it's just won't go there. Oh, me and you. Okay, because I mean, there's other people in the chat too. Yeah, like, I mean, obviously, this is one of those. Um, so, because Gloop bot, my one mod, wanted me to play Near Replicant for New Year's. Um, and that's one of those that I'm not sure what you're doing on New Year's, but um, you could pop in, and we could. How do you want to say it? Like, you can't co-op play it or anything, but it's one of those that you can still. Oh God, what is it? Like co-host. But I don't know how if your internet can deal with it and stuff. But other than that, 14, heck yeah. Like, I'm just waiting for when you're available for wanting to like record stuff or whatever, whatever works for your time. I've been also trying to convince more people to play 14 with me. So, does it work? I don't know. I know a lot of people want to play. That doesn't mean that they can. I know a lot of them are either waiting on hardware upgrades and stuff too. Yeah, and he has the option where like we can just like we can play a game or collab, like or co-host a game, and we can just pre-record it, and then it can just be uploaded instead of like doing a live stream. So. Yeah. Kitty's trying to get my feet. Why is this part of this L? It just doesn't look right. Let's start over. Yeah, definitely. Because I mean, that was one of those things I kind of wanted to be able to like co-op play with people. It's one of the reasons that I stopped playing Monster Hunter World. So, because I just didn't have like friendos to do other stuff with. Yeah, no problem. Enjoy your fun and your night. We will see you later. I might have to check the chicken soon because I don't know if I trust my roommate to not burn it. But I was making a cranberry orange chicken. Let's see here. Alright, what does this look like? Oh. Something still seems off about this spot. Deal. Yeah, I think I'd. Oh god, I couldn't even tell you. I don't remember if I played into the expansion or well the season pass. I think we stopped right before, like right as that was coming out. The one problem, like, so it was before yeah, it was before the Clutch Claw and stuff ended up being released. Um, it just, I mean, it wasn't a full game when it did when it first released, anyways. But like, and then there was just some weird aspects to it, like, because I played Insect Glaive, and it's just like the bugs don't auto refresh when you do them. They always just drop off, and like by the time that um, the season pass came out, I think it was Switch Axe and Insect Glaive were like the only two that like didn't auto refresh their combos and shit. It was really fucking weird, and very annoying. And then the gem system drove me absolutely fucking bananas. We ground and ground and ground for a lot of them, um, and the ones that I needed or wanted just would never drop. Like I have shit luck. Everybody else was like, because it was just me, my roommate, and like another person. Um, and we'd already like have the gems and stuff ready for them to go because like my roommate played like hunting horn, and then I think the other person did dual blades and like something else. Um, and so yeah, it was definitely a thing. Fatalis. Gotcha. Yeah, I remember we did Fatalis at least. And then I know I revisited it um, before I like completely stopped, because a friend picked it up, and so I was helping them like just play the game and level it and whatever else. But since they were overseas, it was the latency was a little too bad for them. Not that I like if shit like that ends up happening, I as long as they're having fun, I don't care if I'm just like basically tanking everything and killing stuff like for them. Um, they didn't mind, so like it was all good. But things like that do happen. I remember when they wanted to fight Behemoth. Like it was long after it came out, and I was like, "Oh man, do you sure you want to subject yourself to that torment with that lag?" I'm like, "You're gonna get hit with every single meteor." He's just like, "Yes, bring it on." And I'm like, "Okay." Fun times. Yeah, we had so many funny memes come out of playing that game. That's where we got the whole become as Windsock, um, and like a bunch of stuff with my roommate. Cause sometimes we would play Souls-like games that had co-op in it, like Bloodborne or like Dark Souls 3 and like some of the other ones, Wolong and Neo when they came out. And like as he always admits, he's just like, I'm not good at playing these games, but I'll still play them. We just do really stupid shit. Just go back to fucking 1 pixel again. Yes. God damn it. But yeah, and I have many stories of, like, for instance, when we were playing way back in the day, when the first Relics came out, and we had to grind Fates and stuff, um, there was a point where I needed crit materia, and I had already blown up, like, all of the ones that I had, which were quite a lot at the time, and so my guild ended up, like, giving me their extras and whatever else to slot into them. And it just kept fucking blowing up. It got to the point where like we made announcements on the server because we bought all of the gems off the market board at the time, and then people were like just showing up and giving me their crit gems, and then eventually like the last ones like got slotted, but like the the RNG was insane. I think we had to feed like I want to, if I recall, like it was like 40 gems in total that you had to like feed it for stats. Um, no, that doesn't look right. Yeah, there you go. What is it about this? Nope. Nice. Yeah, like I don't know. I'm just one of those that like I don't I don't care if like a game like game mechanics unless they're like badly programmed. It doesn't bother me if they're fun or hard or whatever because then it's just like okay, well if you're dying a lot, just make it entertaining. You know, the only time that I really have any issues with something being super frustrating is when it's an actual programmed issue like flaw and like you have to figure out how to navigate around it. And then that just can sometimes get really really exhausting. Good example is the stupid AI bullshit in Wukong. Like, did I finish it? Yeah. Was the game fun? Yeah. I just wish that you, the player, were able to play the game rather than it focusing on all the prioritizing the boss mechanics, so that, you know, this is trying so hard to look cool that like it forgot about the user. And it happened in Wo Long too. Like, same shit, same problems. What is this? I want to redo this part. I think Wo Long was the last Souls-like co-op game that I ended up playing. And we had some funny glitches in that game. There was a point where we're in a part of the city is burning, and you can get to one side and like unlock a giant set of gates to like, which are the shortcuts back to like the first and second zone. The problem is on the other side of the gates there's like two guards. And there's a point where like I went to go open the gates and it triggered a cutscene and it auto aggroed the guards on our co-op friend. And so even though you couldn't see the guards because the cutscene makes them invisible temporarily, so he was getting killed instantly from guards that were like down the street that hadn't actually aggroed, because they aggroed right before the cutscene and they quote unquote reset during the cutscene, but you couldn't see any of that. And he just kept dying over and over again until we actually had to like restart the game. It was funny. But once we got the door opened and defeated them, they were a one-time only mob, so they don't respawn. So like, it was great, great shit. What the? Yeah, it's one of the clips that I uploaded to Blue Sky. He walks like two steps and then he's just like, ah, and dies immediately, and then he revives. Like, I go to get him up and he dies immediately, and then you only have so many times that you can like, you know, revive your friend before like you have to start the level over again. I think it's like 3 times. Um, and he just died every single time. Oops. Oops. I think that follows the same line as the Z. Come on, thing, change the setting. There you go. Let's see, how do I want to do this? Oh, my eyes staring at this white. No, that doesn't look right. Let's try this again. Trying to follow the in my brain where the flames are supposed to be, like coiled around each other, and it looks weird when you have it just as void space. Oh yeah, so my roommate also, random thought, my roommate told me that there was a new Dracula movie. I apparently had completely forgotten about it when I was looking at just like movies that were coming out at the end of the year, because I know some of them were like re-releases, I guess. Um, no, it still doesn't look right. Nope. Let's just leave this one spot. I can always come back to it later. But yeah, so anyways, he's just like, "Oh, do you want to go see the new Dracula?" And I'm like, "Oh, there's a new Dracula." Um, okay. Except the problem is that none of the showings work out for the times for me until like unless I was to watch it next week. So yeah, guess there's a new Dracula. So I need to not have this so square. That works. No. Yeah, yeah, I guess there's a new Dracula movie. I did not know this. especially since like it's just like I didn't check to see if it's because like the original Dracula came out at like this time. I I don't really remember whether or not like it's supposed to take place during a holiday season or something, or like why? Why is it coming out on this time of year? Yeah, hello, Sinestro. Those are my toes. Yeah, what are you doing, kitten? You trying to sneak underneath the cover of my chair? Is that so? Yeah. Fuck it. Dear God, I can definitely tell that I've been up way too many hours when like my eyes get all blurry staring at this white. At least I can in a bit change the color because then I have to make sure to fill in all the little like nooks and crannies and figure out if I need to adjust anything else. Like this spot, which I think I just solved. Let's see here. Oops. I have to make it look like there's still an E under here somewhere. In prison. Yay. We'll put you back in Lizard jail. Oh my God, so I was um I was browsing Blue Sky, just the regular just follower like friend feed. Um and somebody posted it was a video of a lizard eating like I guess like being upset and wanting a snack and then gets the snack. Um I was gonna forward it to you, but it was one of those things that you can't really like. You can't tag people for stuff. You know, like this the old way that of tagging and stuff is you can't do that on that platform just yet. Um, but somebody had made an animated version of that same image. Um, it was so freaking cute. Let's see. I want. No. But it reminded me of like the dumb emotes that I plan on doodling to just kind of like. Oh, it still looks weird. Oops. What is my deselect button? This one. The hell are you doing, chatbot? It's like I'm just disconnected and reconnecting a whole lot. I mean, it can do what it wants to do, but wish it would work. No. Yeah. Yeah, let me give me a second. It might be buried now, but do 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 do. There hadn't been a whole lot of posts today, so I'm sure that it's somewhere here. Let's see, where's... Yeah! That's not what I wanted. Link. I have so many tabs. Uh, Gotta lurk on all the peoples for holiday. So sometimes I'm like, I'll go to look over at one of my other monitors and people are doing stuff, and I'll stop doing some art for a moment. Eventually my computer will get angry at me and blow up. But I think it'll be okay for a while. Alright. I'm just trying to scroll through here quickly to find that lizard. It was the damnedest thing. At least his music is keeping me awake. I think I've had like 3 hours of sleep today. It's been a day. Yeah, I'm getting closer. Yeah! It's my toe kitty! He's like, nom 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 nom. He want, he get. Oh, why is this? I wish I could just search for it, but I can't. giving me a brain break too, so I can not have to stare at the white font for a moment. Where is it? I want to see the lizard. Oh my god, I have to torment my cats tomorrow. Take pictures of them in their little holiday outfits. I'm reminded of that. Cats get to torment me now. I get to torment them tomorrow. Yeah, I just know that like if I don't look for it, it's gonna be buried in the feed. But I mean, it gives me a good little break for like 5 minutes or so, because my brain needed it. As I'm going through, it reminds me of like I had to convince people to post pictures of their food for holiday, because I don't know, just want to see what people cook or what people like get or what their favorite foods on holidays and stuff are. Like, what are you guys' favorite foods for like? Are they different from like Thanksgiving foods? Because I know a lot of them have like the same, especially in the United States, they all have like the same kinds of um like main dishes for those two holidays. So like, what do you guys like? I know at least for me, I've always like I would make Swedish meatballs a lot as like a because we always had to have all like multiple meats and stuff. Um, Not that I really got to like I didn't really do family shit. I would help my grandmother cook. And then that was basically where that ended. Um, but people just couldn't eat the same shit basically, so we always had to have like multiples of different ones. But yeah, Swedish meatballs and pumpkin pie. I'm surprised that well, it's not in the feed, so I would be very saddened on the fact if somebody were to have removed that lizard picture, because then it will be stuck in my memory, and then it's just like it's gonna drive my bananas. Okay, I have to move. Let's see if I can, because I need this font to be chunky. Yeah, that is definitely not the right warp that I want. Because I need the logo to be a little bit more squared. Because when you put in a lizard tail into the logo, it starts making it look more stretched out than it should be. So, oh god, it's an alarm. No, stop this. Alright, time to draw thingies in. I'm trying to get an angle for like the tailpiece is cut off. Oh, you're gonna sleep on my feet? Okay. Oops. I need to see where I need to put this at. Time to get the thing out of my head and onto the tablet. I don't really remember the shape of the thing that I made last time. I can just look at the other image. Alright, so... I think I have to take this... Dang it. Oops. That's weird. Because there's so many different ways that I can kind of do this. That's probably the best part for that. So now I just have to find out where I want to stick this. I gotta have it stuck in the tail! I mean, so the joke on the logo was, so I was asleep, I woke up, and I was like, I know what I'm gonna do! But it was basically the gag where, you know, you just you chop your tail off, but, like, you don't know if you did it to yourself, or, like, if a monster did it, but he ran away with, like, Blaze got away. And I think I need to make the Blaze part larger and the Paladin part probably smaller. But that's exactly why I did what I did, because so, like, the Blaze part's supposed to be... It'll end up looking sort of like crystallized fire. And it'll be a reddish color that smears into, like, a silvery blue when it gets down to the Paladin part. So... And then it has a dynamic where, at least the sword and the tail that are kind of like behind the logo will be the only like kind of make like solid colors. So, but it's just one of those things that like, man, whenever I make doodles and shit, I really make people question whether or not I can draw. Because like there's times that I will go and I'm supposed to be drawing like a mech. And, like, I'm just doodling it to where it needs to go in the scene. And, like, I'll just quickly doodle something and it'll look like a crab monster. And I'm like, well, it's supposed to be a mech. In my head, it's just the basic shape. It could be whatever I want it to be. But then people are like, are you sure you know what you're doing? And I'm like, yes. Why are you questioning me? Man, I teared up a little bit. Just laughing. But the whole point, at least when I get done with this, you'll be able to separate the layers, so like if you want the tail in there and the sword in there or not, you can have the logo without it and ones with it and stuff. So I think this is probably the right shape that I want. I think it all kind of looks proportional. I could always make like a little, like, is there anything else that you want like for character lore that we could stick in the logo? Like, do you want some like a little pile of shiny gems, or like why would your tail get cut off, Blaze? What did you do? Did you loot somebody that you shouldn't have looted? We know your adventures are fraught with misdeeds. And I did have a point in time too where I was going to, here, I'll show you. I was gonna draw a sickle in as like it was the thing that cut. Oops. There was something like that. But then I was just like, well, I mean, I could leave both weapons in there technically, but I wasn't sure because of the curvature of the scythe and the way that the tail is, if it would like look, for instance, like this, looking better than say just a straight blade. The straight blade like just seems to like to kind of go better. Just sword and tail, right? But yeah, I mean, I can maybe try to incorporate both of these as like the joke. Oh, well, that's not what I want. I'm surprised that I doodled a scythe properly in like fucking 7 seconds. Um, let's see here. Well, I might have to tilt it, but I might be able to work both of them in here. So it maybe it looks like it just got scissored off. Because I need the top curled up a bit. But it would have to be something like that, maybe. Yeah, I know. That's why, like, for instance, when I was doing your reference sheet, here, I'll bring it up, because a lot of people haven't probably seen it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There we go. Music was, like, being derpy. But that's one of the main reasons why I just doodled a sword for... Oh, I gotta... Maybe it's gonna take forever to come up. Because it fit, you know, versus, like, having a scythe in his hand. It basically looks like he's gonna want to charge in, you know? So... Still very super cool image. Now I at least have a reference for what I want this. Hold on, let's just do this. Oh god, it's so huge. There. Let's see. No joke. Since I doodled that scythe in, I do kind of like it. Like where it's at. But then I have to like move the sword. Well... Alright, let's see here. Um, that does not look like a flat coin. I need this to not... Gosh, I can't draw a coin stacked on its side for the life of me right now. Lol. Alright. Well, I don't know what later I just put that on, but we're gonna move this around a bit. There. That might work. When I get done with the sword, I will upload it. Or else this is gonna look like you just have a wire shape. Alright, well... And I gotta think on... Oh yeah, in case people are like, what is that you drawed? How about the meaty tail? Alright. I'm gonna go do this. Where's the layer for the sword? I didn't label any of my layers because I just didn't. So. Alright, so 17. We'll do this. That way I can kind of like figure out what I'm doing with this sword really quick. I feel like the blade is stuck in too far towards the bottom. It would fall over if it wasn't like actually embedded in something. Alright, so I need to angle this better. Blaze, I want to barbecue your tail. Alright, so I think that's probably where I'll stick it. But then I have to... I think that works. You want me to make it look like a Minecraft sword? You know, like one of those really like derpy foam swords? Totally would. Yeah, so I think this will probably work because the handle part will go behind the text. Oops. I could totally draw a straight line right now. Yeah, so... Hey, guys, don't... You can't play with the cords behind my computer. That's just rude. No wonder my computer was not wanting to turn on. Alright, so I need to have probably this erased. I think that works. I like this. If you have any other suggestions, let me know. But we're gonna cook up your tail. It'll be like a Monster Hunter World adventure, where it's just like you rip off a part and then you just go to the Palicos and you cook it up. You just tell them you found a baby elder dragon. You don't tell them that it's your tail. If anybody asks why your tail is stubby, just say that it was an eye for an eye. They ate yours, so you eat theirs, and nobody will know that it's just your own tail. It's like a co-conspiracy. Alright, and then I still need other shit. Because, no, close enough, but no. Dang it. Can I not draw FF16 fire anymore? Like, I swear. Too many doodles. That's not the angle I want. It's not the thing I'm seeing in my head. Why am I having such a hard time drawing fire tonight? Holy shit. Like, I swear I know how to draw fire. Not fire plumes, which is the problem. Frickin' 16 has murdered my brain on fire plumes. Yeah, no problem. I hope you get some good sleep. I mean, it's like 10:30 right now, so I know that at 11 I'm going to take a short break anyways. I need to go check on food and probably get something to drink before my eyes spaz out from like dehydration. But yeah, I mean, I definitely will I will upload what I finish with tonight. Um so that way you can see it. But I will see you tomorrow, most definitely. Yeah, my eyes hurt from my freaking contacts already. It's gonna have to be this. Yeah. Alright. Lol. Dang it. Is this part of this one? God, the background music suddenly reminded me of like the main song for like the Holy City of Rotarl and frickin' Chaos Legion for a second. And I was like, what am I listening to? Oops. Let's see here. I guess there's room, but I have to move probably here. Oh my gosh, my kid has farted. Oh, now my room stinks. Oh man. Kitties, why you do that? The H does look a little weird, but I can't. Maybe it's fine. I guess we'll see. Gosh darn thing. Oh, where'd my other layer go? Lol, I guess the paladin is just one. I don't care if it's one layer. Man, I gotta move the eye. Um, it always happens. Had the um, same thing I had to do with the Dawn Trail text when I was making the logo. Yeah. Happy Christmas to you too. All the Christmases. Get smacked with the snowballs. At least it wakes me up. That's what matters. I'm not falling asleep. But yes, how are you? Good evening. Have you done your celebrations yet? Did you eat any good food? You need to tell me all the details. I'm making a logo for a friend that doesn't have one yet, because I figured it would be a pretty good, just like a night project. Will I get it all done tonight? I don't know. But what matters is we can get as much done as we possibly can, and then I can always work on even more of it next week. Because I don't have raid next week either. So, yay. I don't have to deal with the bullshit. Make sure you eat some desserts for me. I don't have any, aside from just streaming, I don't have any plans. I'll have some food cooked up. I don't do family stuff or anything, because no family or anything. So it's just going to be stuff that I cook up for myself and my roommate. Um, and hanging out with the cats, streaming video games, all that stuff. All the fun things. Getting to wait, I mean, we're going to have alcohol tomorrow, so it's going to be fun. I don't usually drink, but I figured this year may as well do something. It's been a hard year for everybody, so I'll toast to people's better fortunes. Same thing for like New Year's and stuff too. I'll do that. But yeah, this is what I got so far. Once I get the actual typesetting made, I can start actually coloring it in and shading. So, woohoo! As my computer blows up from let's see, don't have Apollo's up yet. So many tabs. I'm glad I have enough system resources to do this. My two other, I have three monitors besides my Wacom. My two of my three monitors is like a mess. It's just windows everywhere. What am I doing? I don't know. I'm just not gonna look at it. Yeah, it's been real rough for a lot of people. I mean, myself included, but we do what we can, or we die trying. Whatever it is they say, you know? Nom 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 nom. Let's see, do I have this angle? Yeah, okay. My cats are gonna have so many treats tomorrow. Like, they're gonna just be zany. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was trying to, you should have seen me doodling, like, trying to figure out where I wanted to stick the tail and stuff. Um, since Blaze is, Newt, um, I mean, he can have his tail pop off. So, as like a joke, I decided to do that. Um, but yeah. But I'm gonna make most of the logo, the top part, and where it basically says Blaze the Paladin. I'm gonna make it a duo color, sort of like crystallized font text, and then have actual like fire kind of behind it, um, and then like the little shiny things. Like he dropped some coins and some gems in his adventure, trying to, I don't know, get away from an enemy and lost his tail. It's kind of like the joke reference here. So. But it was funny because I woke up from a dead sleep and I was like, I'm gonna do this logo because Blaze does not have one. I mean, like, there's a lot of people that started streaming this year from scratch. I mean, and even me, like, I've been streaming years, and I don't really work on my own art. But I was just like, dude, I need to do this, and he doesn't have a thing, so I'm gonna do it as a gift. And there's a couple other people that I'm gonna make, gift stuff like this too. Um, and then maybe I'll actually convince myself to like work on my own fucking art because I do need to get it done. I was working on my Subathon um, artwork last night to just like quickly try to get it done. Um, and uh, Gloopbot was just like, oh, it looks so nice. You got it done. And I'm sitting here like, I got the Subathon thing done before I got the rest of my character reference sheet or my my stream times, like, format. Like, what am I doing? But anybody that does art, like, that is very much a real thing. That's a real problem. You have so many things you want to work on and do, but a lot of the time you end up working on your friend's stuff before you even get to, like, your own shit. Um, and it just gets to the point where you need to make this a chunky pea. Oh god, that's too chunky! Um, it's just this point in time where you need to be like, no, I need to do, stuff for myself for once. A lot of people kind of, um, struggle with that. I am one of them. It's basically like we have to justify to ourselves what we're doing isn't going to be, like, holding us back from working on something that we could do for somebody else. Yeah. I mean, and that's the whole thing. Like, dude, one of my jobs is literally doing this shit. I mean, because I do. I work for a pretty large game company that runs a very large MMO, um, MMORPG. That, like, I work in, like, doing battles and combat, like level design, like raid fights, primals. That kind of gives it a hint. Stuff like that, like gear sets and art for that stuff. Or, like, we'll work on, like, the QR cinematography for, like, the combat stuff and all of the new skill set graphics. And but then I turn around and I come home and it's just like, I want to do art, but I don't want to do art. And not that I wouldn't pay somebody else, but I'm also flat broke, much like, as you were saying, like a lot of people are. And so what money I do have, I would rather, like, donate to friends that might need the money versus me putting it towards getting art done by somebody else when I can do the art myself. Does it does it mean that, like, another person can't work on my art? No, not at all, because I might, commission other people in the future when I have that money, and I'm not taking away from the potential of somebody doing art for me. But, like, for instance, if I get my character reference sheet done, or, like, I could probably do all of the stuff that I need for all of the layers and slicing for Live 2D, but I would have somebody else rig it for me because I don't have time to do it. So, and at least until I can, set aside time to learn and everything. Um, but at least it means that my skills can be put towards my friends, that they don't have to, like, they can pay me if they want for some of this stuff. Like, I'll take gratuity, tips, like, whatever, for, like, doing things. But, like, people need to be able to have a hobby that they can just feel safe in and enjoy without being super stressed out on, oh, do I have to compete with these other people because of their art? Um, because, they can basically, like, buy their graphics and find more success. Well, it's just like, dude, your content's your success. You shouldn't have to worry about your art or, like, what people see. I mean, I'm using a cat for freaking, like, or, like, other graphics for my, like, PNG tuber. And I'm doing okay. Could I do better? Probably. But, I mean, I don't have the time. Let's see. I know I want the L to, like, be a lot, like, lengthened all the way to the end of Paladin. But I gotta see how I want to do this. Do, do, do. Oh, I gotta get the D situated too, because I need to merge the A and the D together. Exactly. Because, like, dude, I mean, a lot of people know I'm working two jobs, and then on top of which I'm streaming, which is almost a third job. Like, this is what you have to do to almost survive. It's not fun. It's I mean, at least at the end of the day, it's just like, okay, I want to do something fun. And then my point is I'm sharing that with other people. Yes, the money would be nice because it would help me. I could drop my second job that is really toxic. But at the end of the day, like, most of the reason I had been streaming is because other people can't afford to buy the games that they want to be able to play. So instead, they can just, we're playing them together basically. Like I am streaming it, and they can enjoy it and feel like they are part of the process of being there. Um, and like, and all of the people, like the friends and stuff that I've had across the world, like because of the way that the currencies are different, like if a game is cheap for me to buy, but it's super expensive for them, like not always can I, like buy like a copy of it for them, but they can definitely like a lot of the times like I would stream it on like Discord and stuff too, and so that they could kind of like co-host, co-narrate like in the laughs and stuff with me. And then I would just like, why don't I just record that and put it up because the jokes are funny and like we're playing the game and but like just having fun. So it's just it is definitely very tough times. But especially since like now because I didn't want to like just even for instance like people that because my roommate was one of them where they're just like PNG tubers aren't real VTubers, and it's just like, dude, I'm sitting here telling him he's finally accepted it, like many people have in the last couple of years, where it's like, dude, who wants to spend like anywhere from 1 to 10 grand on a model rigging when you can just have your character as like just a regular 2D model? Like, what's the difference between live 2D like rigging and you being a PNG tuber? They're both 2D images. One's just put into a deformer. Um, and once he started realizing that, he's just like, "Oh, you're right." I'm like, "You dick." The whole point is that you're using a personality, like a character that represents you, versus having a camera. Like that's what it comes down to. Like, it's a way for people to just feel safe, regardless of who or where they're from, to like have representation to when they're sharing their hobby. I hate when the I's and L's and T's always have like a faded like top and bottom half. I always have to correct them. Same thing with my P and my. Alright, let's just do this. Let's just chop it off. Boop. Now it's clean. Um, so the only ones that I have to fix still is figure out what I'm gonna do with the N. Yeah. Well, I mean, and that's the thing. There's some people that have really good live 2D images, but when you start collabing, there's people that are trying to play on old laptops and old computers because even though they're starting out, they might have spent a lot of money on their models and stuff and been like, oh, as I'm going along, I will be able to afford more hardware. Um, I'm in the opposite situation. I have all the hardware. I just don't have the art because I'm trying to do the stuff myself. But like then their computers are dying or like they have to upgrade their parts or else they won't be able to stream or collab because it overloads their system. So at that point in time, like they have to I don't want to say quote unquote downgrade, but they basically have to switch to um a less overloadable like object or an image to have, 4 or 5 people in a stream. And like there's nothing wrong with that. Like it's cute. It's almost like having like a, like the old retro RPG game, like little 2D sprites. They're just better graphics than like 8-bit or whatever. Um, and it's taken, as you're right, like it's taken a couple of years for people to get used to that. Um, but in the end, VTuber is just a virtual like personality. Like it shouldn't matter. So, and a lot of the programs have come a long way on being able to let you um, like collab with even just 2D images together. Um, see, I need to make chunky feet for my A. And of course, like, man, even the stuff that I know from like in the background in the industry, because like when you're working on video games, you have to be able to test all sorts of specs and hardware and all of that. And dude, upgrades are gonna price a lot of people out now. Like, there's gonna be a lot of people still trying to aim for like the upper 40 series versus the 50s or even above that, because like the technology industry, computer industry has a big problem. And I mean, we all have an inflationary problem. Um, so it's just those things don't mix. And eventually, like, because for instance, I'm running AMD 4. Like, I haven't upgraded my stuff or anything either, but like, I have a Ryzen 9 5950, which if I were to upgrade it, it would have to be a Ryzen 9. What was it? 9550 or 9050 now? Um, or I can just wait another, because my computer, like, I probably like 10 years ish before I have to really like deal with it. But by then, like, I'll run into the same problem, and the price is just gonna get up higher and higher. Like, I can't afford another computer at 6 grand or 8 grand. So, but yeah, I sympathize with a lot with the fact of like, oh, these people have been working on animation and rigging for the last how many years because of the pandemic. And so they're like, oh yeah, for my skill, you have to pay this much. And it's just like, or, or I can just learn how to do it for free and then offer it to my friends for free. And then they can afford computer stuff or video games or like nice things for themselves if they don't have to worry about um like getting their characters rigged and stuff. I don't know if I like. I feel like I should connect these. All right, we're gonna try this. Exactly. I mean, so when I moved out here, it's been about 10 years, so 2014. Um, my that computer is still really good. Um, and I still use it for like a backup in my spare room. Um, but I just had to upgrade last year. Right, it was that weird, awkward point where I had to figure out whether I wanted to stick with AM4 or AM5. And at the moment when the stuff was coming out for AM5, there wasn't many options for um, RAM choices or timings or motherboards and stuff like that. And now, for instance, like there had been the decision made that several companies, they're making it so that the sockets on the motherboards are backwards compatible versus like, oh, you're locked into a design. Like if you buy an AM5 um, processor, you're locked into only getting an AM5 motherboard. That's not going to be the case anymore in a lot of the stuff. And like the options for instance, not having um, your graphics card has onboard electrical ports that they're going to be, or having all of your connectors in the back of your motherboard. Like all of that stuff was like at that turning point on whether or not I wanted to make the decision to get a better like AM5 computer or an AM or stick with an AM4. And like this computer should at least last me 10 years. Like but a lot of the times they don't because of the way that stuff's upgraded now. Like it doesn't last forever. Like I could still use my old 10-year, 12-year computer just fine. I won't be able to have a whole bunch of the tabs and stuff that I have open, um, but I can still run everything. So that's one of those things too where I almost donated that computer to another streamer the other like a couple months back, but let's see, why is it? Okay, I'm trying to check what the length of some of these areas are a little. Let's see, this idea here are a little too long for me. Um, but I ended up buying them a different processor for an upgrade to their computer because like their computer wasn't gonna make it otherwise because they wouldn't be able to continue streaming and stuff. Um, but shipping computers halfway across the world is also expensive. So, but at least I have the option. Other people don't have the option. I don't know why I'm drawing these feet by hand. I should just use the lasso tool. I'm just my brain is flat from work. Lol. Alright, so I need to fix my other A. But I also need to do this. Let's see, how am I gonna... I miss designing fonts. It can be really fun sometimes. Or a pain in the butt. I used to have... There's an old gentleman that had, like, no joke, like, several thousands of fonts. I have a couple of CDs full of them. He ran a bookplate company, which are like the inserts that you put on the insides of your books for like libraries or publications and stuff. So he had so many fonts, um, but I just hadn't like thought to use them. Um, Part of it is because sometimes like I can get really unfortunate with computers.
and my computer's just like, I don't want to turn on anymore, and then it's just like I have to keep reinstalling. And you can't just like in the past you could just drag and drop the fonts into your font folder in like Windows. Now it's just like you have to install each of them. And I'm like, no, no, I'm not going to do that. Yes, I am a Shara. Lol. It's no problem. Alright, time to copy this A. Alright. There's something, like, I like what I have doing for, like, the I and the N, but I feel like there's just, because the front part of the, I have to match the front part of the Paladin, the PAL, with the DIN. It sucks, though, because the P is a rounded letter. Um, so, because so I have a whole bunch of fonts. Here, I'll show you. Like, just a like, I have so many still installed that I use regularly for, like, streaming stuff, like, for myself. So when I go and make them, and I have a shit ton at work, and like I said, I have several CDs from the guy that has all the book plates. So unless I actually have to go search for a particular kind of font, then I can search the web for it. But when it comes to making fonts, I just find something that has, like the thickness that I want, or the way that like the curved letters are, and then I basically like design around that. Because, like, for instance, I'll move his little character image out of the way. Like the small font here. Oops, wrong piece. So the small font here, like that's the original, like that's up in the top left corner. Like that's the original font versus the font that I'm actually making around it. And then I set it as a typesetting when I'm done. Because this was like so the original font was Copperplate Gothic, and then a mix of it and EB Garamond. Because like I needed to have chunky text, like chunky enough that the THE for like the, because it had to be a smaller font than the other two words, that you still had to be able to see it when it's scaled down. Because like this is a 2K image, so by the time that like you use it as like a little logo, like here where is, yeah, so like by the time that you make this even a small logo, you can still tell that it's a THE, or like the text is going to be fiery and stuff. Because this is 25% right now. And like that could be like that is a good size for like sticking at the bottom of like your YouTube video or your Twitch channel or whatever, or even like a logo head of some sort. But you have to still be able to see the text. You can't do that unless like it's chunky. For what I'm trying to work on. So hmm, I could probably. All right, let's try this. I'm gonna have to make peaks on the A.
Because then I can check the other. Why are you suddenly? Oh, it's because it's a different layer. Derp. No, that's not gonna work. The Great Conundrum. Not yet. That is one of the goals that I plan on doing in 2025. So part of my subathon thing, that I'm doing, for like holiday between this Christmas, like tomorrow is really when it's gonna start. Um, Tomorrow and then like New Year's is that I will do like a raffle giveaway for some like Twitch icons. Um, and then I hope to be able to do um like a giveaway for somebody like for a character sheet or like a PNG model, um, as like one of the things I want to be able to do. And then after I get that done, probably I'm hoping maybe by summer, just so I can get some of my own art squared away. I can get some of these other gifts and stuff, and kind of be more comfortable with it. I had done a lot of art for a lot of like people 10 years ago, but then like I stopped because being doxxed and stalked and shit is not fun. Um, a bunch of stuff ended up happening, and it's kind of been traumatic since, so I just don't, I don't like talking about it. So long story short, it's taken me like 10 years to try to be able to have the confidence to try to like stream art again. Not that my art is bad, because it's not, it's the harassment behind shit. And people weren't even harassing me about my art per se, they were just stealing it. And just between artists doing, or like fans basically like fighting over ships and stuff, or not liking certain characters, or like, I mean, I get it in writing too, where people harass you or like treat you really, really badly if you're writing a story and it's not the way that they want it. It doesn't even have to be like based off of any franchise or a canon thing. It's a sick thing that people do, and they go through they go through the most ridiculous lengths to harm a person. Like, we're talking about, when people are saying like, oh, they're sending death threats and yada yada. Like, I was one of those people that ended up with that type of issue. The problem is that I survived their bullshit. My friend did not, and like to this day, it's hard to even think about or talk about, because like my friends could still be alive if it wasn't for their shit, and I don't want to stop my art just because I can't like get over it, I guess, if you want to say. I want to, like, because again, like, I made a promise to keep streaming and keep doing what we loved, which is why I do this. But it's taken some time. So, uh, what am I gonna do? Alright, so I think I need to maybe put it on the L. I think that's what I'm gonna try. But yeah, it's not fun. That's also like, man, I still have some worry on, even like, because I want to start posting some of my um, writing up, because I know people would very much enjoy it, and I don't know if I'll have time to like actually complete books, but yeah, this is it attracts the wrong kind of people. All right, let's see.
feels like something's still missing. And it might be because it's possible that the singular A that's in the middle of pal and in, I think it's too, I think it needs to be moved, is the problem. Yeah. And I also don't really want to get into a whole lot of details, but like, yeah. Especially, like, at least not on stream. Like, there's a couple people that know what happened, and I just, because people can use that against you. But for the people that I know are going through similar stuff, when I see them post on Blue Sky and whatever else, I at least reach out to let them know that like they can keep going. You know, it might suck currently. It doesn't matter if it's like a family situation or friends or whatever else, but like it's difficult, but you can get through it. Um, you have to support yourself if nobody else will. And it is one of those sick things where like if bad things happen, um, the people that you think are your friends that are around you, they tend to often just ghost because like they feel guilty a lot of the time for not, I guess, doing the right thing. Especially since this is the day and age of a lot of people being enablers, and they don't have the courage to say no on stuff. I mean, look at governments, look at everything that's going on in the world. It's because people are enablers. They don't say no to shit. Um, and for people to come back years later and be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, you know, if I had known better," or "Oh, I should have said something because I knew what was going on," it's just like you don't have to feel guilty. You don't have to forgive them. You can just accept what they say and accept what they do and just move on. So, yep, exactly. I mean, and it's something that I've had to survive my entire existence. I can't even say like it's difficult for me to have conversations because I didn't like I haven't lived. I can't say that like, oh yeah, when I was a kid, I was never a kid. I was not allowed to be a kid. I don't have a childhood. There was no childhood memories. There was no being a child. It was just when I can't even say when I was younger. Like that phrase. It was like, yeah, in the past. I have to use those words, in the past or something. Um, and that's when you kind of know when people have been through some shit. But it's just like ever since then, like I've I almost went into um like picking up work or like basically like doing being a psychologist for the reason of trying to figure out why people do the shit that they do in my own life to deal with it. I didn't go that route because in that industry there's not a lot of people that go into like being a therapist or a psychologist for the fact of wanting to help people. A lot of people do it for the money. And it didn't sit right with me. So instead, what I know, I just use to help my friends when they need somebody to listen to. But when you know shit, because you've learned, you can't unlearn it. You can't not see it. It's sort of like there's a channel that I follow on YouTube. It's a lady who worked in the government as a special agent intelligence officer, and she got that far and made it part of her career because she literally grew up in a cult. And so part of her thing is she's like, I see cultists everywhere. Because once you unsee, or once you see those habits and you see that type of behavior, you can't unsee it. And that's how do you go? You got to go through life navigating and knowing that, but still trying to like not necessarily find happiness, but to be content. So, and that's a difficult like stoicism is something that like you got to learn to sit with yourself, and you got to learn to you can feel all the feels that you want. You can't change somebody else to do it for them. You can't make somebody do something that they don't want to. You don't have to accept their apologies. You don't have to like let them be part of your lives or anything anymore. But like just gotta find your own place. Like, even if it means that you have to carve out your own, like, house, home, whatever, like, it could be anything. It could be anywhere. It could be VTubing. I mean, that's my cats and my streaming is what it is for me. So, uh, I think this font looks better after I moved the text. Like, I smushed it in a bit more. Um, I think it has the effect that I kind of want. So I'm going to bump this back up. You know what I probably should do so that I haven't is actually save this. Um, yeah, you don't need to see this. I have so many like images started. Logo. Cause I would hate to lose all my work right now. Wonderful. All right, now that's saved. I should probably. Where is the? I don't need this. Okay, so this one and this one need to be the same later. I can't type. It's wonderful. All right. We're gonna work on the little tail next. I don't want it to the point I can't see it. Okay. Oh, where did you save to? I don't want you to save it to the cloud. You don't get to steal my artwork, Adobe. Yeah. I mean, it's sort of like, gosh, I was listening to, um, there was a psychologist that was talking about how nihilism itself isn't bad. Nihilism and depression, or nihilism and uh, pedantism, are destructive. Because you can be like, oh, it is what it is, and leave things along the side of the road, or be like, yeah, things suck, this is just how it's gonna be. But the point is, much like in um, Nietzsche's, like what he talks about, is at that point, there's the separation where you need to start and move forward. Because once you've accepted how things are, which is similar to like Stoicism, you can find a point to move forward for yourself, for your contentment, to grow better, to be a better person and stuff. Even if you don't get to change anything in the world, and you don't get to change much around you, you're just living in what you have day by day. Say you don't get to improve anything in your life, you can still learn how to sit with it and be okay with it. And like that's the point people have a lot of problem with. So, but we're gonna work on a lizard tail. So, as my stomach grumbles, maybe I should make a whole shit ton of wontons and just like stuff them in my face. Alright, so I'm gonna turn the fire off for a moment because that's gonna be layered. But we're gonna look at this wonderful this wonderful lizard here. Look at how glorious he is. He's so handsome. Do I get to... Oh wait, no. It's not going to do the thing, is it? Because I don't have it. There we go. But yes. He's so special. So shiny. His little feet are probably like the... Like, this area of his tail and like his little feet are probably like the best that I like of that image. Like the shading parts and like the way that it turned out. And Blaze was just like, you should post that in his Discord to show off the art. I'm like, I wanna finish the sword first, so there's like a completed image. Or else I just don't like, I don't wanna do something that's not completed. Let's see here. Just double checking some other people's streams that I'm lurking on. Alright. Where's my... I had to save all the swatches for the Blizzard colors. I gave myself a big headache talking about that stuff. But it's all good. Gosh, I need to move canvas. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Trying to think of the word, but autism brain is just like, you know what it is, but I'm not going to tell you. Because I want to say consensus, but I mean, it is. I mean, that is a word that works for it, but that's not really. It's basically relatability. Can I not draw a freaking tail? Come on. Fine, we're doing this. But yeah, it's difficult to find relatable people. And it's not like, for instance, when you have like a therapy group. And friends are very much therapy groups when you break it down. But it comes down to like again with the whole option of, having somebody to listen versus getting advice. And that's where a lot of people, they don't have somebody to genuinely listen. A lot of people want to give advice, but I mean, for instance, like even when I give advice, I'm bad at taking my own advice because some of the stuff just doesn't apply to me. Um, for like a large variety of reasons. Like, but I mean, it's still good advice. I just can't always do the things. Um, but like, it's people. Again, this is a problem that society has created because we don't get to have our needs met in a lot of ways. Um, and this goes into the dynamic of like how. I mean, there's a big split between um, the way, we'll just say, like men are acting, of what is acceptable and what is not acceptable for their behaviors anymore. Um, and it's a big fight on um, learning how to not grow up, but to be mature, to accept, like, for instance, we'll just say, like, hair products, skin products, that, like, oh, you'll look nicer if you use, moisturizer or lotion. And then people, 10 years ago, 20 years ago would be like, that's girly stuff. Gotta be a man. And it's just like, that doesn't fly anymore. And so, friend groups or having people to listen to and stuff is very much like that, where because they don't often get the support or they don't get their needs met, um, they don't have those people to relate to in that way. They have enablers, and they have people that are like an echo chamber, but where's the friend that tells you to stop doing certain things because it's emotionally immature? And then for you to talk to them about why, or to listen why they do a certain thing, and to help them basically be a better person. Because it's not necessarily that you're being responsible for them, technically. Um, it's that you're helping somebody on another journey in a way that's not just for yourself. And not everybody wants that because they can't even handle the responsibility of the stuff that they need in their own lives to have their needs met. Oh, lovely. Sometimes I wonder if Sari is trolling me. Because, I've noticed this, well, at least recently, Sari has um, had mistimed announcements for ads. Where is my thing? Doot doot. I can make that line work. This holiday music in the background. After a while, it just like gets to me. I hate holiday music. So do do do. I was hoping this was gonna be like a quick 4-hour project. Nope. I'll get most of it done though. I just won't get like the shading for like the text and stuff that I want to get done tonight. That might work. when you draw too much body horror, you know how to do too many limb pieces. It's funny. That and man, I've read way too many medical books. It was one of those that I grew up. God, I hate using that word. I had access to. There we go. I had access to a lot of um, medical books over the years. Um, because my grandmother was a nurse and stuff. So it was one of those be seen, not heard kind of things, but also don't be seen kind of things. So I read encyclopedias when I was little. Um, and that includes like medical encyclopedias and all of that. So it's just like drawing and or describing and writing about too many body parts. It can be lots of fun, but at the same time, like it, they're like the weirdest conversation topics. Yeah, big old slab of newt tail. Nom 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 nom. Some of this I should probably just do in shading, but I can erase the lines later when I go to do that. Have to go thin out the lines. I can't wait until I go back to drawing like monsters and stuff on stream. Oops. Well, I need to look like it's sitting on the floor, which means this part needs to be more flat. Alright, weapons, you need to get your butts out of here. Shoo. Yeah, fuck it. We'll do this side. Um, I play a lot of Souls-like. I mean, I would say quote-unquote retro games, but a lot of them are, JRPGs. Many that didn't make it over to America. So, like, not a lot of people, like, they might know of Breath of Fire or Bahamut's Lagoon, stuff like that, um, but they might not have played them. I was playing Pandora's Tower, which never made it over to North America. It only was Asia and Europe. Um, I play and stream Final Fantasy XIV and raids in that. Um, I've played anything from like Monster Hunter World to like what is it? There's like a bunch of like sci-fi beat 'em up games. I know like Armored Core I've played. Um, God, like just to name like a whole bunch of them. It's just I can't. Um, but yeah, and a lot of the really, really, really early Atlas games before Disgaea, before Persona, like for instance, like the old like Shin Megami Tensei, but then like they had really obscure ones like Baroque and Eternal Poison. Um, God, there's a bunch of other ones in the list that I've played that they made but licensed under different companies and stuff until they were bought out. Um, and a whole bunch of visual novels that I've went through. I don't. So I used to do um, like arcade fighter tournaments. So I played a lot of SNK, Neo Geo, like fight 'em games. Uh, so like for instance, the fact that like Tekken has a new one um, makes me happy. I don't play fighting games anymore. Um, reason being because like the stuff that happened at the last tournament 10 years ago just really soured it for me. You want to talk about like toxic male gamers? When you're in competitions for stuff like that, they get really bad. Like they will basically go to any lengths to keep any female components or opponents or like teams from like reaching the finals or getting slotted ahead of them to the point of like almost raping people in hotel rooms. And I'll just kind of like, yeah. I had a little like a younger Filipino like friend that I did tournament games with, and when they started trying to push their way over with her is kind of the line for me, and so we stopped. Um, but yeah, we played a lot of arcade fighter tournaments. Um, I just don't do them now. I grew up playing like Doom and like the old Castle Wolfenstein, shit like that, or Duke Nukem. I wouldn't play any of the ones that are available today that are newer. It doesn't like those types of competitive games don't interest me. Um, I sometimes watch people play them, like play if they play Dead by Daylight or whatever else. I don't find them enjoyable, so I wouldn't. Um, but then I just use with slots like for the like instead of me playing those types of games, I'll just draw. Um, or I don't know. I'll just find like I can stream other games that people could watch. But there is a slight risk when you're playing obscure games that people don't know really what to expect. So it's very hit or miss on quote unquote like viewers. But like I'm not really doing it for viewers. I'm doing it to like catalog what I'm playing myself. Um, whether I go back 10 years from now and rewatch them for posterity's sake, you never know. Um, Or when you're a lot older and you're like, oh man, I remember back in my day, I could go watch those videos. Um, it's that'll be a thing where instead of having like pictures, like people used to have old photo albums and stuff, instead of having those, we'll have archives of like our streams. But yeah, man, you have no idea. I used to I used to do way too much like coding and stuff, like running really really big IRC servers and shit. And so um, it was just you had many many things to talk about, um, and like you could find friends that like played a lot of the same types of stuff that you did, and of course having a very broad like interest. Um, Not that I really can say that I have a broad interest. Like there's certain things that like stories, games, movies, novels, whatever, they all have to hit for me for like it to actually like interest me per se. Um, but at the same time, it's just like there's a lot of stuff that's like it can be very interesting, and I'll just try it. But once I know that I don't like like something, I won't like go back to it. So like I'll never do Fortnite. I won't do League or like any of that stuff. Um, I'll lurk on other people that are. I'll like if I lurk on people that are playing those games, I'm there to listen to their conversations. I'm not there to watch the gameplay. But I mean, isn't I guess that's more wholesome, right? You're there for them, not for the game. They could be dying. They could be not even playing the game, and I wouldn't care. I'd just listen to them. All right, so I think we got that part done at least. As my stomach gives me the rumbles. I will say that like platformer games, some of those I'm not that great at. And I think it comes down to like physics. Um, and for instance, like nowadays, there's a lot of times where like say you're playing like a Souls like game, and suddenly it becomes a platformer where you have to like jump on something or jump over something in order to like be able to avoid attacks. Um, like some of the games now that are coming out aren't very good with that, and it's not a personal issue that I can't play the game. It's that something just feels really off. Like for instance, when I tried the beta test for Monster Hunter Wilds, and like the weapon attacks just don't feel right, and so it just I couldn't wrap my head around it. I was just like, this isn't like the timings weren't right. They didn't seem to have like, and of course, since I actually work specifically doing battle mechanics, it bugged me. It still bugs me. Um, I don't know. I don't know what Jackbox is. Um, there's some party games I might be able to like. I might be open to. If it so, America has this problem with like trivia games. Those don't interest me. I I don't know if it's a. I think it. I think it's a me thing, and I think it's an autism thing where I might know a lot of information, but like I'm not a parrot. I couldn't tell you the names of specific actors and actresses, and like I'm not one to regurgitate quotes from movies or stuff that non um, neurodivergent people do. So those types of things aren't good. Um, but like if I was playing like co-op party play whatever you want to call it, like Uno or something, like I'll just talk about like we'll just have wholesome conversations and play Uno. That shit. Um, Because I'm trying to think of like, because there are a lot of games that are like more Jeopardy style. Um, what do you want to say? Like escape room type games, or like murder mystery closed room scenario type games. Um, I overcomplicate that type of stuff. My brain goes into like the weirdest places trying to solve something in a way that wouldn't be enjoyable, I guess. It's too logical. It's like trying to put Spock in a closed room mystery like RPG, and Spock would just like, I would do this, this, and this, and MacGyver my way out of here logically. And then you'd be like, but that's not fun. Yeah. So, for instance, when I'm playing games, either older games or even newer games, and you require like puzzle thinking logic, they could be the easiest puzzles, and I will have overthought them, and like overthought them for like 20 minutes, a half an hour, 40 minutes, like it goes by, and I haven't solved the puzzle, and it's like the stupidest easy thing where I'm just like, okay, I need to stop thinking the way that I'm thinking and just be like, can I just try this one thing? It can't be that easy. And then it turns out to be the easiest fucking thing. And I'm like, why, brain? Why are you like this? And then I'm sitting here like, I need to have a friend that just tells me to stop thinking and to just do it the simple way. So, because that's happened a couple of times. I've, even recently when I was playing Pandora's Tower, because that has, like, puzzle or thought mechanics on, because the tower that I'm in, for instance, um, it flip-flops between a male statue and a female statue for the goddess and the goddesses, or the god and goddess that are quote-unquote god and gods that are in that world. It's it's turning out to be almost a husband and wife that probably sacrifice themselves, not necessarily to bring their kid back to life, but to basically like stop the human, um, the very moralistic human problem that we even to this day continue to run into on valuing people's lives or avoiding war and conflict, that type of shit. And so they figured that if they do these unspeakable things and become all-powerful beings, then people who have kids like their own who died, blah blah blah, it wouldn't happen anymore because they would be like the great equalizers. Um, and so these towers represent them as a pair. And there's this mechanic where you have to go into these portals, these dark and light portals, to flip-flop back between the two towers. In one tower, certain paths might not be open, and in the other tower, it might be open. But you have to like navigate your way through it through this combination of opening these portals and like finding the right ones and stuff. It could be the most easy combination of something, and I'll be like, where the fuck is this portal to get this chain? And I'm just like, have I tried this portal? And then I just walk into it, and I'm like, oh, okay, so this teleports me across the gap. I was trying this other fucking portal that I went into 5 times, 10 times before, like, I just used this other one. Um, yeah, that happens. So, and then you have to platform on top of doing some of that, because, like, so you're running around, like, you have a melee weapon that you use to beat monsters up, but, like, your main thing is you have this chain. And you can, dude, the chain is so fun, because, like, you can tie your enemies up, or you can tie the enemies together, or like you can grab onto an enemy, but then you can spin it around and ram it into your friends, or you can throw it against the wall, like all of this other shit. Or you can use the chain to like platform if there's like grappling hooks and stuff like that that you can kind of like use. Um, the problem comes in the form that you have a timer before you have to like go back to like your girlfriend, who's, if you are gone for too long, she will start turning into a monster that will like end the world or whatever the heck. We quote unquote don't really know what's gonna go on. But so the problem is that to do all of these puzzles and combat, you have to get where you need to go efficiently, solving these mechanics, and then being able to kill a couple of monsters, getting a piece of meat, and then like get far enough ahead to complete a task so that you can go back and feed your monster girlfriend before she turns into an actual monster. And then you have to be able to then turn around and go back to the towers and pick up where you left off. And it's just like, it's fun. My Wii crashes trying to load between the towers because apparently it doesn't know what gender I should be. I don't know what gender I should be, so I get it. But I'm not a Wii, so I'm not crashing. So I have to like hard reset my Wii every single time we go into the towers. And trying to do the puzzle mechanics while juggling that is like an overload. So, bah. But yeah, so the other day like, was it last night? Oh, it was Sunday night. I spent like an hour trying to figure out where to go to like get to this one chain spot. And I just ended up stumbling across it because I'm just like, I was so overloaded that my brain was like wanting to shut down and not like do the puzzle stuff anymore. And I'm just like, fine, I'm gonna go over here. And it ended up being the right spot. And I'm like, motherfucker, by the time that I get to the observatory, because I have to find my way from this place now and try to remember where it's at. And then I have to figure out how to get to the entrance of the tower because I don't have anything to just teleport me, you know? So I have to go navigate away from this place to get to the other place that I need to feed the girl. Then I have to remember how to come back here. And I'm like, fuck. All the while, like, monster bros are trying to attack me, and the sock monsters are trying to fucking screw my face, and all sorts of stuff. Like, it is a fun game, minus some of I mean, a lot of games have issues, but I love it. It's great. And we still don't know how the ending's gonna be. So, like, the game has, so there's two different timers, quote unquote. There's a gold timer, which is like the affinity that you have with your girlfriend, um, for like giving her stuff and like helping her out and like making her not super depressed and like trying to realize that like you guys can survive this or like quote unquote you can beat what's happening, like um that there's a cure and things can quote unquote like go back to like a semi-normal life even if it is a lie. But there's also another timer where if you don't feed her on time and she continues turning into a monster, and there's different progression points, like there's a colored bar where like it's purple and it goes into red. If you go back and she's just a monster that's like in the purple bar, she's not fully transformed. But then like weird shit starts happening if she like gets into the red bar, and like there's a dynamic between these two meters of it gives you a different outcome in the end of the game of whether she's, I don't know, gonna kill us, end the world, or I mean, in the end, like, what if the whole solution to this isn't us supposedly, like, we're supposed to find a way to cure her? What if, in the end, she's just going to turn into a monster anyways, and it ends up with whether or not she's mentally going to still be herself? Like, if she's in the body of a monster, but she's still clearly, like, in clear-headedness herself, we're doing this wrong. We're gonna make her have like a complete psychotic break, and she's going to either be in a regular human body or a monster body, but she could be completely insane and still end the world. Like, we don't know how the outcome of this is gonna be, and it's all based off of whether or not we're feeding her this meat to keep her looking human, or maybe we shouldn't be doing that this whole time. Maybe we shouldn't feed her any meat. And there's a lot of games that I play that make you think about this because it's a very human problem. It's a core problem that the species has in a lot of these things. And it doesn't matter, like I've played like the like original Dragoon, like Drakengard, and like Nier Replicant when it first came out. And like those are the type of games that I grew up with, not children's games. I mean, most Final Fantasy games are also not children's games. They give you very moral dilemmas. I mean, freaking Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross make you realize like what the value of a human life or the potentials of your choices can cause problems that even if you have the best intents behind it, you can still hurt a lot of people, and you have to, you know, live with that or sit with that, or other people do even long beyond when you're gone. So like Yeah, that's the shit that I grew up with. And like like FPS shooter games and like some games that people play, that it doesn't it doesn't scratch that itch. Can I play a game that's just derpy and dumb for the sake of it just being entertaining and derpy and dumb? Yeah, probably. But like um Portal is kind of like that, up to a certain point where my brain just is like overcomplicating the Portal mechanics to solve the problems. But it's fun. It's simple. Um, or there's other ones. There's a what's the name of this? There's an old game. I haven't like you can play it with multiple people, but you're playing as like chickens or something. Um, I can't remember. It's on Steam. I don't play a whole lot of Steam games, but it's one of the few that I have. Um, but it's very dorky, and I mean you're just playing as chickens, but in the end like it's sort of that like you're actually causing the problems in the world because you're just really stupid chickens, like going into dungeons and doing mechanics, like pretending to be heroes and whatever else. Um, and you're ruining things for people. It's great. That might be like a little funny because I haven't finished it, but that might be like a little funny co-op game that I play. Let's see if that's right. No, exactly. But I mean, at the same time, like those are the situations on things that I quote unquote, grew up with, that I had to coexist with. And so, a lot of people just don't think about these things. And in a way, not everybody is really meant to. Oh, I think I just fixed it. Oh, you're not gonna reset? Thank you. But yeah, at least because I mean, Blaze was in earlier and a couple others like too. And like hopefully we'll do some co-op stuff together. We do have like there are people out there that have things in common with what I do. That I can co-op or sit in on their streams or like whatever. But at the same time it's just like you really have to be like comfortable with those type of like people in general. You can't just like I guess co-op for the sake of co-oping or co-oping just to I don't know, like throw your name out there kind of thing. I would rather do it with people that I know. So, and getting to know people can take a lot of time. Ah, my ear itches. Shit. I'm gonna give it 15 minutes and then I need to go check to see the oven. So, mm, but yeah, we're getting there slowly but surely. Blaze will be very happy. My kitties are sitting behind me just being little derps. Ah! Freaking tablet controller is just like, what are you doing? I don't know what I'm doing, controller. Please tell me in life. Save me. Figure out a way where I can hit undo button. Big help. And then it's just like, nah, how about we just work on brush and eraser first? Okay, that's fine. Exactly. I mean, there was a funny little saying that, man. Alright, so there has to be a little bit of context behind this. Where one of the people that I played with was a big narcissist. Now, they had similar interests to myself, so I could set some of that aside up to a certain point until I'm just like, I can't deal with them and the way that they are anymore. And they were one of those that they, as a narcissist, because the sense of shame is very big on why they act out the way that they do. Because, you know, if you are better than, or like if anybody is better than something that they can do or know more or have more talent in something, then their bitterness makes them flip out. And so it was one of those that, like, when we're playing, say for instance, like 14, Final Fantasy 14, and new content comes out, they think that they have to be perfect at it the moment that it comes out. And I'm sitting here like, I'm a dev and I'm not perfect at it. You can be an elitist without being a douchebag, but like even I fail a mechanic, and it's just like I'm working on shit. And so like for instance, we'll use like an alliance raid as an example. You're in there with like 24 other people and stuff. Just treat them like they're dodos in cosplay. You know, just they just look like cartoonized dodos in a set of armor. And then you're just like, you don't have to feel so bad if you're just like, if you fail doing a mechanic or you die or something. It's because like you can just look at it and you're like, oh yeah, I'm just raiding with a bunch of like derpy little kiwi birds in armor or whatever. And then you don't have to be mad about it. You can just laugh a little because it's silly. And not a lot of people could do that. Like he couldn't do it because again, with narcissism. Um, and that's not fun, you know? But when you can be with a group of people in that circumstance and everybody is treating it as if everybody is just a dumb dodo in armor or something, then there's enough of you. You're just a swarm of dumb dodos doing content. Then it's fine. Nobody's like butthurt or being making a toxic environment. Um, which I mean that's one of the reasons I really can't stand the raid group that I'm in right now because there's a couple of people that are like that. Um, but that's a different story. Um, and so it's just like a a group of people that were part of my raid, and uh, you know, and my like guild and stuff. Whoops. Um, why am I drawing this? Oh my god! I just realized something really derpy. I drew the scales backwards. Shit. Fuck. Um. Well then. Brain. Um. We were playing like Friday the 13th when it first came out. And we did, quite a few runs of it and stuff, and that was fun because you were with people that you could enjoy it with. But if I were to jump on Friday the 13th right now, I just wouldn't enjoy it. So, and there's plenty of games that are pretty much the same now. So, yeah, exactly. And that's the whole thing. Like, you could literally make the content. You can put 180 hours into testing the content. You can do it until you literally just dream of doing movesets or like you just dream of doing the raids. Because I lucid dream way too much. And yeah. And it's just like you can be the best that you can on it. Again, be the best that you can. But you're not perfect. there's some, like, I could fuck up a mechanic a couple of times, but, like, when people start being, like, aggressive and stuff about it, it's just like, dude, what? What? Um, like, why, not, I don't want to use the word talk down to somebody, but, like, why do that? Because, like, you're gonna make somebody hate the game eventually, or not want to do that content. And, like, why would you want to ruin somebody's enjoyment? There are, for instance, like, again, this is the whole, like, in the JP servers in a lot of video games. If you try the content, you're, like, you can go out and try the content to see if it's something you enjoy, or if you're good at it. But at the end of the day, you should be able to realize whether or not you want to, like, really pursue it with a team, you know, if you're going to bring that team down, because again, it's focusing on the team, not specifically you. And a lot of games, like North American server, like raid teams and stuff like that, in a lot of these games, or there's um other countries that are similar, where they care about themselves and what they can get out of it versus what they can do as a team. I And you have to make content to suit both parties. And I can't, like, wrap my head around it, but I still have to, at the end of the day, still try to think about their perspective. But they can't think about another person's perspective. Like, pet peeves. But yeah. But I mean, at the same time, like, away from the computer or away from online, they can't do that for their own lives. And, like, I I can't say that I feel bad for them. I feel something. I don't feel shame for them. I just, because again, you can't really, like, feeling sorry for somebody isn't, like, a good terminology for it, but, like, they've, they've gimped themselves. And I'm like, why? Why? But I can't answer that question for them. Only they can. So. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna flip these scales around and see if it works. Because it might. Because they're too nice for me to, like, to just get rid of. I mean, I can redraw them and everything, but why do that when I can just manipulate? The only form of manipulation that I am actually good at and can do without feeling bad. Oh, yeah, that works. But I do have to. Don't tell Blaze that I flipped his scales backwards. I mean, he's not an Ouroboros lizard. He might take offense. I just need to thicken one part of the line. And then he'll never know. uh, but yeah, it's because, you know, as I'm quiet, I'm in my head down rabbit holes thinking about stuff. Um, and it's just soon in humanity or whatever, it's gonna be a point where, like, this stuff will still kind of exist, but it'll mostly go away. Why did you go to 3 pixels? Um, it won't be so oppressive. It won't be so, you know, obvious. Because, like, again, this goes back to an earlier comment that I made before the ads happened. Where, you know, there's a dynamic between, you know, for instance, we'll use Nepo kids in our, like, in the younger generations. who take after, regardless of whether it's a genetic disposition that they inherited from parents or family members that make them the way that they are, or it's the lifestyle that they live in, aka like being nepo kids and stuff, where they can't deduce the like the intent of their own actions on others. Um, and even though those people still exist, because there is a split between mindsets of younger people, some still tripping over previous generations' mistakes and mindsets versus the way that more people now are coming to terms that like that shit needs to stop. Once more of that is sorted, I mean, it's going to probably take a giant dumpster fire, which I would rather it's happen sooner than later, because at least then you can pick out the pieces of what you want now and improve versus waiting for it to happen, because waiting is what causes the problems, like to get out of hand. But like a lot of people aren't going to stand for this type of behavior or torment or torture, or for instance in psychology, like within the last 2 years even, the terminology of harmonious discontentment, where everybody from the outside or the public view perceives that your family and friendships and stuff like that, or your relationships with people are fine, but it's discontent harmony underneath the surface. It's the public airs of everything is okay, but underneath it all, it's not. Um, I think a lot of that honesty that younger generations are having, um, and where they don't care about what your gender is or like what ethnicity you are or whatever else. Like you are just you're a living person and you have rights. Like I think a lot of that will get better, and I just wish it was sooner than later, because a lot of people need it. And if it's not sooner, a lot of people are, I mean, they're going to miss out on living, you know. The best years of their life are going to be spent in turmoil just trying to survive. Um, and that's not fair. Why did it go back to 3? No, it's not. Okay. Um, yeah, I have lots of things to say on those matters, because what do I want to do with this? Oh, it's 12:30. I know I need to probably save this and go check my my food to see if it actually cooked well. Whoops. Or not. I mean, for all I know, my roommate could have just left the food in the oven and fell asleep. I mean, I don't smell burning chicken, so I would have to say he probably didn't. Um, but who knows? Who knows? What's up? Good evening, good morning, good whatever day it is. Time period. Yes, good time zone. I hope you're enjoying, I don't know, whatever holiday, equinox celebrations you might do. We're drawing a cut off lizard's tail currently, as part of a logo. Once I clean up a couple of lines here, I'll show what I got so far. I've been yapping sometimes and not working on it, so I haven't gotten as much as I probably could have gotten done. But oops, where's? But yeah, Where's the... Whoops. I want to turn a piece off, but... What's... Oh. Do do do. This one? No. This one. That one. I gotta make the fire lighter colored. Okay. But yeah, that's what I'm working on so far. Oh, so South County Cats is they do trap neuter release programs, um, and uh, they do microchipping and stuff for low income families. Uh, they help out a lot of people in the area. I think the last time I checked, they did like 4,000 cats um, this year or so. I got my kittens. I adopted my kittens from them, and so they are the charity that I give back to. Um, because, dude, finding pets um, is kind of difficult these days. I mean, it's different from just going to like a humane society and being able to adopt them and stuff. A lot of places have like specific charities that they like send their like uh, like the animals from the humane society to fosters like through these groups. And some of those groups are really nasty. Like they're really mean. They care more about themselves than the pet. And this was one of the only ones that wasn't like that in my particular area. Thanks for stopping by, Rio. Hope you get a good sleep and you enjoy your day tomorrow. But yeah, I donate to them like whatever, unless I specifically have to um like raise funds for myself or somebody else or whatever. I usually donate my um like any sub money or like ad money and stuff to them to help them out with like kitty food or to get their supplies for their spay and neutering and stuff or to help buy their traps and shit. So, and it was nice because like all I had to do like when I adopted my kitties 2 years ago, um, I just asked them if they wanted to register on Twitch and on Streamlabs for charity services so that I could like just donate basically any little amount, and they happily did the paperwork to put in for it. So I'm happy for them. Oops, I gotta save my image. There you go. But yes, I've been doing this for 8, 9, 10, 5 hours. Holy shit, almost 5 hours now. But I should go check the food. What are you doing for holiday and stuff? Do you have a favorite food that you like? Um, I always ask people that because I always want to know like what they enjoy. What? Thank you very much. I'm sure they will appreciate that a lot. We recently had a huge windstorm in the area, and so the amount of outreach that they've been doing to help people's pets, like veterinarian services for low income people and stuff. Like, um, at one point in time, like the amount of strays that they were picking up from the windstorm and stuff, they kind of ran out of food for their fosters. So this always helps. Thank you. A great Christmas gift that I can pass along to them. They're gonna be so confused. They're gonna wake up in the morning and they'll be like, "What happened?" But yes, my raid kitties always get me in trouble. But usually, like when I'm streaming and doing stuff, they're sitting next to me or they're trying to steal my chair. I always um I always send the South County cats pictures of them in like holiday outfits every year. Um, for them to like keep keep track of like how the kittens are doing and stuff. So it's lots of fun. Oof. I could say that I'm a little jealous because that does sound fun. Um, but I would definitely get tired out. I would have to go find my little like a corner to just stuff my face with some pie in quiet. Yeah, so tomorrow I'm actually gonna post up on my Blue Sky account. I'm gonna post up pictures of the kitties in their holiday costumes. I wanted to get some New Year's costumes for them this year because I didn't last year, but the shipping time was gonna suck. So I think maybe I'm gonna try to get them their little outfits for like Chinese New Year's. But but yeah, I get to post up cute images for them tomorrow. So look forward to it. They do, but do not get disgruntled if I have them wear outfits. I think they're in shock. Like, they don't know what to do. So they'll sit there all cute and stuff, and I can take pictures until, like, I don't know, 30 seconds later, they're just, like, flipping out, and they're like, what's happening? Thanks for the follow. Now you can see all of my zaniness. I can't promise that I'll be good at everything that I stream, but it'll be entertaining. And I always try to add new stuff too. So, but yeah, what is your favorite food for the holidays? Sure, your nose is wet. Why do you do that? Yeah, no, I can totally get derpy when I'm streaming. Like sometimes, even if I'm frustrated at a game, I try to make it absolutely still interesting and not, you don't sound grumpy or anything. I mean, sometimes when you play Souls-like games, you can totally get grumpy, but you can still have fun. I can go die, like, I'd be like, no, instead of you killing me, I'm gonna go kill myself on this thorn bush. Or by self-immolation, like, whatever. Sometimes you have to stop the stupid by burning yourself. uh, Great times. Oop, my little thingy derped out. I gotta, where is it? My bonk thing does stuff sometimes. Doo -doo -doo. The small woes of being a PNG tuber, because there we go, fixed. Not all the programs still work with PNGs. Are you one of those that kind of has like a garbage plate the next day of leftovers? Because like I mean, I don't always like mixing my food. Again, I think it's like an autism thing too. Um, but like, man, sticking some corns with some mashed potatoes and sticking it in a biscuit, or like my grandmother and I would we would take the stuffing and all of the turkey trimmings and juices and we would make them like turkey stuffing sandwiches, and they were delicious. I miss it. And at least for me, like, so in previous years, I'm not doing it this year because like money is super tight. But usually, like, I would just go grab like a couple of Cornish hens, and I would make like stuffing and potatoes and biscuits or like a pie and stuff. Um, but I haven't had like turkey in many many years, unless I felt like cooking one, which I don't. But usually I make like Swedish meatballs and Cornish hens, or like I'll do maybe scalloped potatoes with like ham or something, or toasted prosciutto, something as like an alternative to like poultry. Used to. I could make a joke about all the listeria and E. coli outbreaks and be like, is it because of the listeria? God damn. When you can't even buy cucumbers because of it, or carrots, the national recall for carrots, like holy shit. I follow up on a lot of that stuff because, um, well, man, there's a lot of scary things going on with our food. So, makes you wonder. As Siri does, Siri bot things. Um, why does sometimes Frost like I also have one of the mod thingies is a little derpy sometimes. I wonder why it's doing that. It's supposed to be hooking into foe. I think they changed something. Do do do. Just listen to the music vibe while I'm waiting for the ads. Lol. Um, why does nice. Yeah, no, so that was one of those. So I think it was this last week it started. Where like sometimes Siri will say there's an ad and it's not really an ad, and so like I'm not really like sure sometimes. I don't know if it's just because of an update or the way like because Twitch also updated its layouts and shit. So I think maybe like Frosty Tools is a little derped, um, and Siri might be a little derped. So I always just wait a little bit. It's true. Very, very true. Especially with the way that Twitch does subs and stuff now. So I'm glad that there's starting to be kind of like alternatives outside of like people using, oh, excuse me, people using Patreon or Coffee. Um, so let's see, why is this? Yeah. Oh, that was my tablet controller. I was like, what is disconnected? That. Gib. Alright, let's see. That's what I said no. I know I said it earlier when you weren't in. I was actually, so my roommate told me that apparently there was a new Dracula movie that is coming out. Well, it should be out tonight, and then it'll be screening in more theaters tomorrow. Like, I didn't even know that there was a new Dracula movie on Christmas of all things. Like, is it? I haven't read Dracula in forever. Is it? Is it a Christmas story? Like, does it happen on like the equinox? Always makes me wonder. So now it's just like, hmm. So I won't be able to see it tomorrow, but I will at least maybe next week I'll see it. Attention, attention. Let's not that one. I'm just going through this bot to see if it's like derped out again. Yeah, maybe it's working again. I guess we'll see. Oh man, good times. All right, let's see here. I need to go check the oven really quick because I've been saying that I was gonna do that for like the last hour. So hold on a moment. I guess I'll take my headset out to the kitchen. Hello, what's up, Sinastro? I was hoping he was gonna do his melodious duet, but he did not. Ah! Should be okay. I'll come back to it later. Yeah, Diggy. Oops, beep beep. Yeah! What's this? Oh, it's the holiday feast. Yes. Where'd it go? Oh, that's why. Where did it do? Oh, there it goes. I've been hit with everything, including the taters. Fun times. It reminds me, like the little redeems and stuff that I do for the holidays remind me of like the pet toys that resemble like breads and like food items and stuff, or like little donuts and sushi and whatever. It reminds me of that. And it's funny because like I have some of them, and when I go to throw them at my cats, I feel like it's the same outcome. Like I throw them at them, and sometimes they get bonked in the head, and they're just like, ah, got hit with um like what was it, like a little tempura stick, or like a cinnamon roll. It's so dorky. I love every moment of it. And then they usually zoom away, like absolute kiddigits. But yes, we're at least currently drawing. At least I hope I'm doodling some of them. Okay, there we go. Thought I maybe ran out of um, battery power for my tablet. Alright, so where is redo? I gotta figure out what things I can be hit with for New Year's for my redeems. Welcome back, Gloopbot. Did you get away from the uh the torment? Did you eat some tasty foods? Let's see. Oops. Where did hide in my chat? There we go. Fixed. Oh, I probably should turn these layers off. Because I can't see my scales. That's okay. I mean, I haven't even eaten supper or anything yet. I got off work and was just like, oh, crap, I gotta do art. But I mean, I don't work in the morning, so. Or like at all tomorrow, so. I'm okay with that. They swimming around. Oh man. Yeah, when I wake up in the morning, I'm gonna throw. Because I didn't have time to make, to roast the potatoes and stuff tonight, so I'm just gonna throw that in with the lamb and cook that when I wake up. Um, and then I have cinnamon rolls and biscuits to do. Just, quick little things. So. And I'll go back to streaming and drinking. No God, which reminds me. I gotta update. Whoops. Where is it? Where the hell did it go? There you go. This one. We'll blaze off the screen here. Alright, so I'm gonna have to write out some strikeouts here quick. Let's see, how am I gonna... We'll just do red. I'll find my nice brush for this quick. Oh, where's my painting one? No, darn it. Nice, okay. I haven't used some of these brushes in a while. Alright, so I still have to... Also had a burrito, but not a burrito. What is a... And thanks for stopping by, Obsidian. And also, on behalf of South County Cats, I thank you very much. I'm sure they will be elated when they get your donation. So, well, we knocked off most of our... Oops, at least for this one. So I can do... There we go. But yes, thank you for stopping by. We got some of our Subathon stuff done. Just half asleep. No problem. Let's see. So yeah. Doop. Nope, now I gotta change my... There we go. Change my brush back. But yeah, a burrito that's not a burrito. Like I'm still like a gyro or like a flatbread, pita, a chalupa. Like you'll have to show me a picture. Well, I mean, you won't probably be able to take a picture of the food right now, but like you'll have to search online and send me a photo of what you meant. Because I am curious. No, that looks too, oops. That is slightly too straight. Okay. I mean, so many cultures have burrito-like things. That's what I was saying, like chalupa or gyros and stuff like that. Like, yeah. I think that's probably good enough. And then I just have to kind of make this bone. I mean, that's true. Again, enchiladas are very burrito-like. I mean, they're basically just they're wet burritos. Some of this I'll remove the lines and redo in shading when I get to it. Oops. Oh my god, this is that point again where my eyes are like, I'm so dehydrated. We got some water a little bit ago, and then my brain was just like staring at this one solid orange color. And when I was making the font type, I was staring at white, and my eyes were just like, "Why do you hate me?" And I'm like, "I hate myself. It's okay. Don't question it." All right, so I just have to color. I have to um, fix this color. Speaking of enchiladas, I made enchiladas last month. It was very recent. Super tasty. Oops. Oh, apparently I've messed up a derpy point. I need to fix this line down at the bottom. Or else it's gonna stick out like a sore thumb. Alright, there we go. I'll probably shade the tail last because I want to get the font done first. Um, because the font could just be used on its own versus some of the additional graphics that are with it. And I was right, my roommate was sleeping in the other room, but he did manage to take the chicken out of the oven so it didn't burn. So, yay to both things. Oh, I don't want this. Yeah, it's 42. It's not. You having fun there, Dividia? She's on the chair next to me, just. She's rolling back and forth, like being upside down. She's having fun. She's being her goofy self. I can't see. Feels like I missed a. Yeah, there's like a tiny black line right here. There we go. I got it. It was driving me nuts. Meep. It's just a tip. I will have to say that when I was doing the character art for Blaze, um the shading was definitely fun. I hadn't done like lizard skin. Well, never mind. I was gonna say I haven't done it for a while. No, that's not true. Um, but it just it's I guess it's like I enjoy it. It's very satisfying. All right, so we got The tail colored. I can work on the weapons, um, like last. Oops. Here it is. Because I can at least start temporarily. I don't need the him anymore. So we'll work on this next. And I need this to be... I needed a color that doesn't clash with him. Maybe like this. Like the autumn red color that I usually use. Oh, that's an eraser. Shit. Yeah! Mouse, come back. Alright, let's see here. You know what's really funny? Now that I think about it, because I didn't make the correlation of this, but this is very much like like Pokemon colors. Lol. Alright, time for the fun. So, let's see here. Oh, what's going on? Trying to tell somebody that they should get some sleep. Oh man, this looks almost ominous. Oops. Alright, so
think what I want to do is lol. Alright, so I need to. At least I know it doesn't look bad. Like the colored combinations don't clash. So, all right, we'll start with Paladin first, cause why not? Um, all right, so oops, that's not dark enough. That works. Because I need shades that are not necessarily blue, but like a gray blue. Oops. All right. Nope, that's not dark enough. That okay, that should work.
Oh god, that's not what I wanted. Just like, let's just use the dodge tool instead of the smudge. No, let's not. Let's say that we did. Alright, so. Oops, that's too much. Man, curved letters and shading can be a pain in the ass sometimes. That or maybe I'm just too picky with how they round the shading. Alright, so I have to do all of the hard coloring. There you go. People messaging me their holiday greetings.
Oops, I need a much smaller brush. Nah, my nose is running. Where is it running to? I don't know. Away from me. That's where it's running. Nah! I didn't do it! Oh, Sheagles. Hello. Yeah, I was watching you, off and on while I was doodling. How was your night? Did you eat delicious foods? Even better, like, did you have a favorite food that you ate today? Sheagles! I'm gonna try to see if the bot actually works now. Maybe. We'll see. Oh, yeah. I like how the Twitch sometimes derps and is like, I am a raider from Sheagles. Yes, yes I am, thank you. Frosty Tools decided that it didn't want to take my commands yesterday and today. Nice. Yeah, I was called into work today too. So, I mean, other people have family and stuff that they celebrate and shit with, so like I didn't mind it, and it's overtime, so like okay. Um, but I mean, I would have enjoyed the day off to just rest. At least I have tomorrow off. So, but I'll only have one day off this week. But other than that, I'm just like get off work, must relax. So I'm just like I'm gonna draw and do gift stuff for people's. So. Yeah, I don't. For the last week, it's just like Frosty just is being silly, um, and then sometimes Mix It Up was being silly. But like, it is what it is, and like that's okay. I'll just say hi and not have to type a command. It just makes me feel stupid when the command doesn't work, you know, because you're typing it out and you're like, what the hell? But yeah. Oh yeah, I was gonna ask you too. Like, um, do you do like because you don't have to like say specifics, but like, do you do D&D in the area? I haven't played tabletop games in like forever, so I'm just curious. I won't let in like people don't need to know why. But I definitely like I always sit in on people playing tabletop stuff online now. So makes me miss stuff. But like, man, it gets expensive when you have to rebuy everything back. Nice. Yeah, cause mainly because like I ask people when they yeah I ask people thanks for the follow weirdo. I, I don't know if that's how you're supposed to pronounce it. Um,
basically to just see how like who's doing what, um, for like how they're scheduling them online and what sort of like what programs and stuff that they're using to coordinate them and all of that. So, because sometime at least in the future, I hope to kind of um, like find a group or like be able to like go back to doing like story adventures, like tabletop adventures again. So, Dodo. Nice. But yeah, mainly because like man, I was one of the main um like GMs for everything that we did for campaigns on IRC and stuff for like so many years, and then even with the tabletop games, like because we played Arduin offline, which is but isn't like uh like a side game from like Dungeons and Dragons. Is based off of like the original like D20 system, but it is its own thing. But it was made from a dude that lived in this state, if you know what I mean. Um, and it was a lot of fun because it much like D&D encompasses basically like anything and everything. Because like at least in D&D you could do space adventures with like Starjammers material and everything else. Arduin was made for that type of stuff, but it simplified combat. Um, and so it went a lot faster. So you were able to like just I don't know you could do more storytelling with it and not have to like overcomplicate the combat mechanics. So exactly. Um, all of my stuff was stolen by family members, and like all of the books, like all of my material books, like the really old dungeon, like the monster manuals and stuff that I had from like old D&D material, a lot of the old campaign books that they had, I was gifted, all of my dice and my figurines and stuff. So it's just like at a certain point, the only option that I really have is to um, either borrow stuff or to just pursue on like doing it online. So I don't have the time for it currently, but I think that like at least in 2025, I'm gonna see what friendos are doing what, and if I can sneak in to places. Cause it is a lot of fun. It's a lot of work too, but the storytelling is that's part of why I love my I would co-write with people, and it wasn't like you're writing like fan fiction or anything else. But you were very much like playing a tabletop game. You were adventuring with a co-author, and that's the type of adventuring that I like. What a weird bot name. That got banned. So lots of fun. Oops. And I love always hearing people talk about like the story campaigns and ideas and stuff that they're doing because like not people don't get to talk about like their creativity enough. So I always let people like go on about what they like to do or what they like their what their games and stuff are and because it's so fun. Exactly. But we'll see. I think part of like one of the reasons that I wanted to post up my writing on stuff is because I know people will enjoy it, but it also oh, excuse me. I have like the weirdest like hiccup empty stomach burp. Um but it also helps people understand like what kind of a like role player or like when you're playing like Dungeons and Dragons or like RPGs together with people, like what kind of stories and interactions that you do, or like what types of characters you enjoy playing. And so basically it gives you an eye into like a campaign, even if it's just like a small one shot thing. So I love those things. I agree. I'm so sometime back when we all started initially coming over from other places, I'll put it that way. Uh, I really was hoping that they would have like because you know how we have all the tabs for like posts, likes, media, starter packs and stuff. I was hoping that they would have tab for like notes where you could have like just specifically like similar to starter packs where it's kind of like its own thing where like you can post notes that would be a thousand like 1,000 characters. So you have like a chunk of stuff and that like you can add to it to be able to put like little quotes or people to put their poems or people to do writing or like little snapshots into like a D&D session, like little memorable moments that you could do as like a small narration. Um, and I really hope the Blue Sky does something like that because I I hate having to use like Google Documents or like a lot of the stuff because for a while Google Documents was kind of going to be a thing where it's like they were going to go away. So then I transferred everything from what I had from my writing from other places to Facebook. But then it's just like Facebook ended up getting rid of notes and shit, and now I just have a whole bunch of stuff like that I still have like typed up in my Facebook stuff. But then it's just like, well, we went over to Blue Sky, and now it's like, well, I have to put everything back onto Google Docs. It drives me nuts. So I really just like don't want to have to do it. I wish it was just another like an alternative, you know? Especially since a lot of people are gonna have like they want interest in that. So, but I guess we'll see. But yeah, I'll show you the fun thing that I'm working on currently is Blaze's logo, where he gets his tail chopped off because he was stealing money and shiny things in his crazy adventures. Yeah, exactly. So, and I know that they said in their subscription service thing that they want to roll out where you can like you will be able to customize your profile a bit more. But that's probably things like colors and like flares like what Discord ended up doing. But like I don't think so say for instance so X sort of had a thing like that where it was like an expanded bio area. And I can see how a subscription service to Blue Sky could have an expanded bio area for like where basically we could post our media links to like different sites and what like instead of using like Linktree or whatever else, you'd be able to put that in an expanded bio. So it's self-hosted. You don't have to use a third-party program that's like really weird. Um, but I don't think something like that would work for like what we want, for like writing little stories. So yeah, and it's just so I have to transfer stuff back from where I have it on like Facebook and stuff, and then put it over to Google Docs. But then like the problem too with Google Docs is like you always have to set the permissions and stuff too, so that like people can read it but not write it. And then like you always have to like if you have any information, like personal information on stuff, you have to figure like make sure to hide all of that stuff too. And it's like by the time that I have to deal with that, I'm tired. It's just like, man, I just wanted to post writing, and you're making me do all this other shit. I miss the old I miss back in the day with like MySpace and shit like that, where you could post things like that. Um, so yeah, exactly. Um, that's so X had the thing where it was highlights, and so I used that for things like I would use it for my art, or I would use it for like when I would post stuff up from South County Cats, so that even if it gets buried in the timeline, people can just go to the highlights tab. And I think like a media tab like that would work really well because then you can pin whatever media you want in your highlights tab at the top, um, or your repost to your medias tab and stuff like that will just be in that spot. Um, we don't know what they're gonna roll out with for a feature on stuff. I mean, these are things that they know people want, but it takes time to code them and to make sure that stuff is um, appropriately closed for their programming, you know, so that nobody can have any sort of like um, they can't leak your like any sort of like a credential leak or anything else. So, but yeah, I always hope. Always gotta hope. No, I'll just use the... I get to make some crystallized text, and then some fiery text. Yeah. I mean, there's definitely a lot of stuff that they want to do, which, you know, is wonderful, because, like, for instance, they, um, like, being able to, um, join, like, streaming services as, like, being able to appropriately post, like, our snippets and shorts and stuff like that. Um, or, like, be able to have auto feeds and whatnot. Like, that's definitely, like, it's all a thing where it takes time to do, and they know there's a want for it. Whoop. So, I think yeah, I did. Why is... Oh, it's because it's on the wrong thing. Yep. Yeah, I definitely know that I need to go get some water. But thank you for stopping by, and thanks for the raid and stuff. It's absolutely fine for people to head out and go to sleep and whatever, no matter what, you know, if you need some rest, need to eat, go to do the things, or if you want to listen to the music and my weird conversations, you're always welcome to stay, and you're always welcome to head out and do your own thing. But yeah, we'll catch up in passing by, or you know, whatever. Alright, so that does look pretty. Okay, so that looks fine when I have it zoomed out, because like this it's a logo to use for all sorts of stuff, so I need to make sure that it can fit a variety of sizes that you might be needing it for. But yeah, once I get some of the shading done, I can work on actually like doing the dynamic highlights for it to look more um, like crystal or cut glass. So, but I think the font at least turned out pretty good. If he needs changes to it, or he thinks something looks a little wonky, I'll fix it. But I'm sure it'll be fine. Oop. And it's just like, oh, I need to soften the edges. And it's just like, okay, well. Keyboard, don't you dare flash at me. I don't care what your problem is. For a second, I was just like, do I highlight this? And I'm like, no, I need to do that in a lighter color. Let's see. There's that pressed on. Man. Okay. I need a smaller brush now. Damn it. Poof. Done. Yeah. Ah, my headset keeps falling forward. This is gonna bonk me in the face and fall off soon. What a weird song. I mean, I like it, but it reminds me of something that you would have in like Castlevania. check to see what else is going on here quick, since I'm lurking on lots of other people too. There you go. Oh man, somebody's playing Metal Slug for Christmas. That's great. Oh my gosh. All right. Back to this. Whoops. At least I can work on this for about an hour or more, and then I can call it a night. But we'll definitely be able to finish this in one of the other streams, like next week and stuff, which will be lots of fun. Uh, oh, I need this. I was like, why does the P look a little weird? Because I need this shading on the inside. Because the other side is going to have the light glare. So I have to do the same with this one. Oh, dang it. Fuck it. Too tired to do it by hand. Cheat.
Oops. I'm done with the D. I don't need it anymore. Dang it. Man, what a really eerie Christmas like song this was. Alright, what is this gonna look like if I do this part? Shit. Gosh darn it. Whoops. Alright, so.
So that should even it all out. Well, there's not enough color there to kind of make it fade, but that's okay.
Hey, little kitty. Kitty? You just... Oh, he's just snoring. Okay. I was like, what's weird sound is going on? Just snore, kitty. Blur tool for hours. See what time it is. Alright. About 20 more minutes. And then I'll call it a night. I'm gonna wear out my poor nib. head's starting to hurt because I'm getting, haven't had enough to drink. You're stopping too short. You're on this line. There you go. Oh, no, that's pretty good. That's fine. Nice. I like how this is turning out quite a lot. It'll look a lot better when I have the light on it too. Darn thing. It's like, gotta copy the same exact lines. Got it. Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh man, it's starting to get chilly. Uh, just noticed I've like swiped it right through another letter without thinking. What would be really funny is if I had spelled this wrong. I would, I'd be tears. I'd be in total tears. I'd be like, what the fuck am I doing? Uh, Alright, so I think that that's at least done for that part. Now the harder part. I don't even know why it's like, it's not really the harder part. It's just, yeah, it's okay. I can start with this color. Now I have to go back through it and do all of the stuff with a lighter color for all of the, like the glint and the light off of it. be finishing up here soon.
I think I'm gonna call it there so that way I know what I'm doing. Um, because I'll fill in a couple of things. I don't need the default fonts anymore, so they are gone. Let's you can just move the whole image. Why? Why do you do this? There we go. It's fixed. Wonderful. Okay. Now I gotta find where the other window went to. There you go. I definitely gotta finish the sword though. So that way I can consider this like a finished project. Where did... Aha! I was like, where did my watermark go? Ugh, it's so chilly. Jesus. Alright, I can call it a night. It is almost 3 a.m. and I want to make sure that I wake up kind of early so I can clean and do some cooking so that way everything is ready to go for me to not have to care about basically anything tomorrow aside from just streaming and stuffing my face with food that I don't have to go and take time to prepare. I can just stuff food in my face and drink things. But yeah, thank you for stopping by. Probably was a little dull for a stream, but like, I mean, it's artwork. Um, I don't always have a whole lot to say. I'm a little bit of a quieter person unless like people get me talking on a certain subject, or I'm just I don't know, just in one of those moods. But yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow around 1 Pacific, and I think I have to ask my roommate. Well, whatever he like, we'll be ready. We're gonna play Brothers tomorrow, starting out, and then I don't know what we're gonna do for the rest of the time once we finish that game because it's not a super long game. Um, but then I have plenty of other games that we can um like do. Uh, I can either start something new or else I can go back to like one of my other games and we can just have fun in there. But yeah, um, for those that are going to be traveling for the holidays, be safe, eat lots of food, get lots of sleep. Hopefully your family or whoever you're doing holiday stuff with, even if it's your cats or your birds or whatever, yeah, hopefully they are not driving you bananas. So I will raid out, and we will see you guys tomorrow.